Alright, there we go. Greetings and salutations, everybody. Welcome back once again, or for the very first time, to the Thoughts on Grep Show. Where today, as per usual, it's your host Danjo here with more Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree, level 1 run. And yeah, also not the fastest eater, so I'm not quite done with my snack yet. Show. I'm gonna warm up a few rounds here and finish said snack. So I'm gonna have the microphone on mute for a little bit while I do that. And we'll see how it goes. I got a pretty good feeling about this though, getting an earlier start than yesterday. Got some energy, and the snack is definitely helping. I have some iced coffee, so actually, yeah, let's just get, just get some coffee hype, yo. But yeah, let's go do it to it. And yeah.
Lord brother. At long last you are returned. Tarnished one. Aspiring lord of the old order. If you have known sin, if you grieve for this world, then yield the path forward to us. To to I, Nicola, and my promised consort, Radahn. Lord brother. At long last you are returned.
Alright. There we go. Didn't work out great last time, but I'm gonna try the Thonspach again. I feel like it's kind of easier, like, without him, to be real, because, like, at least for the second phase, like, a lot of dodging his shit is reliant on, knowing that he's aiming for you. I was like, where's your speech, dude?
After all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Mold will have his day.
Fuck. Huh? That was early? The character looks magical now. Yeah, you know. I recently found out that Renala's hat raises intelligence by 3. I never knew that because it looks stupid and I've never wanted to wear it. I still don't. But like there's no downside. It's just a +3. Whereas like the crowns have like downsides. So in that sense it's pretty cool. And all I need for the Clayman Spear is 12 intelligence, so pretty nice. But how you doing, Aaron? Hope it's all going well. And I was a little sad. I don't know if you watched like the Gamescom opening night live thing earlier. They had a lot of really cool trailers and stuff, and mostly shit I didn't care about, but like technically Gamescom is going all week, and I do know that they're gonna have, I think I heard this a while ago, pretty sure, because they have different booths at the event, and I think at the Nintendo booth they have Elden Ring Tarnished Edition for the Switch 2 version. So I think we're getting a release date on that at some point in the near future. I don't know if they're gonna do it. I mean, they might. It wouldn't surprise me if Nintendo did like a partner direct. Like they announced it there. But there's also Tokyo Game Show happening in mid-September, so maybe that. So I don't know. Like during the presentation they had 0 FromSoft news, which is fine, and like I wasn't expecting the Armored Core 6 thing to happen yet anyway, because the anniversary for the game is not for till next week, I think. It sounds right. It was a little early, and actually I think Gamescom is still gonna be going during the anniversary. I think it's the 23rd or 24th or whatever. Pretty sure they're ready to roll out the announcement though, because like it's been the longest dry spell on their SteamDB page this past month. Literally 0 changes in a month. So I think everything's finalized and they're probably gonna do the thing soon, but yeah, anyway, yeah, I think they just wanted to announce a few things, and let the different companies kind of like handle how they're gonna time the specifics of things, because like we are getting a Silksong update on Thursday from Team Cherry. Like they're doing a premiere on their YouTube channel, and imagine we're probably getting a release date for the Tarnished Edition pretty soon, which I don't care about picking it up on Switch too, but there are going to be some content updates to Elden Ring with the Tarnished Edition that's coming to all platforms. So, yeah, the one new thing that stood out, made a post about it, I think maybe only on Twitter, because I only found the page on Twitter. I think it's called Swords of Legends. That looked really, really good. I don't know if it's gonna be like a Souls-like, but definitely an interesting looking action game that I haven't heard about before. Lords of the Fallen 2 got a trailer that looked really good, but I have zero interest in playing Lords of the Fallen. So, like, I don't really care about a sequel, to be real. Yeah, I guess the main standout was like Silksong, that it's getting an announcement on Thursday. And they showed like a tiny bit of a trailer, but they like cut it short, like a gameplay trailer, and they're like, here's some new gameplay of the thing or whatever, and then cut back to the thing. I was like, what? Just it was just a tease for Thursday's announcement. Yeah, there'll be other things throughout the week. I think Gamescom is like 5 days long, I think, or something like that. Something to that effect. Oh shit, I forgot to... Damn it. Alright, it's fine now. Could have sworn that attack was gonna trigger phase 2 and then it didn't, and I was like, oh shit. And the bird fucking was like, alright, I got you. Motherfucker. Yeah, there you go. Oops. Oh. Forgot I was gonna try with Ansbach again too. Forgot to drink my Physic, forgot to grab Ansbach. It was just a bad start. And that was too early. Come on. Thank you. General, we're done.
those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Damn it. Anyway, but yeah, those were the things that stood out to me. There were some other standout. Oh wait, no. Monster Hunter Wilds is getting a Final Fantasy XIV collaboration. Yeah, and they like showed basically Omega Weapon is coming to Title Update 3. Like, yeah, some really cool shit actually from Monster Hunter Wilds that's like Final Fantasy themed. That was tight. Actually, Capcom had a lot to show. They had a new look at Resident Evil, the next one, 9 or whatever. A new look at Onimusha, which honestly looks pretty tight. And they showed a little bit more of Ninja Gaiden 4. I really don't care about that. I'm not a big fan of Koei Tecmo in general, but
pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
oh. Fuck. I uninstalled it for my Spider-Man remaster. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, that's more than fair. No, the biggest thing that came out of Gamescom today was actually not part of Gamescom, just an announcement that also happened today from Namco. This is by far the coolest thing, actually. Tales of Xillia is getting ported. It's getting a remaster and it's coming out in like 2 months. and that's like one of my top games, period. But for a long time, the only way to play it was on PlayStation 3, which is kind of unfortunate about a lot of the Tales of games, actually, is that they're exclusive to like weird platforms. Like Tales of Hearts, for example, was exclusively on the DS and only in Japan for a while, and then they ported it to the PlayStation Vita internationally when the Vita was still the new hotness. And yeah. Xillia, though, is a fantastic fucking game. So I'm glad that that is getting ported, because that's one less reason I need my PlayStation 3. Now I just need the original God of War games. And I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, I was gonna say Kingdoms of Amalur, but that got ported a while back. Oh, I guess the PlayStation 3 Katamari game, too. What is it? Was that one Katamari Forever? I think. But yeah, the main reason like I'm worried about my PS3 like randomly dying is because of Tales of Xillia. So that is really cool. Outlaw. What's going on, Outlaw? You excited about the Monster Hunter Wilds Final Fantasy collaboration thing? Honestly, getting a mega weapon in September is gonna be pretty fucking cool. Does it make sense for Monster Hunter Wilds? No. It's absolutely does not make any sense. But I kind of like it because of that. It's like silly and stupid. What the f- Oh shit! It's your birthday. Dude, yeah, happy birthday, man. It's awesome. And Tales of Xillia remaster, dude. Like, yeah, I just got done geeking out about that, but Omega Weapons. Omega Weapon is a recurring thing from the Final Fantasy series where it's like optional late game boss
Lord
typically.
Brother.
Final Fantasy is getting heartfelt. Yeah, yeah.
You are returned.
Saw that. I was like, dope. Yeah, I'm not getting into Final Fantasy 14 though. Fuck that. I mean, if this was one of those channels where I played one game, sure, but that's like a huge fucking time sink. Like, I'm not, no fucking way. What? Fuck. Huh? Uh, mm, there's a weird hitbox on that one. Like, sometimes that totally works, sometimes it doesn't. Because he does, like, I want to call it an after image, but it's not really what it is. He has, like, the shadow clone attack and then, like, the real attack on that swipe. And usually you just, like, dodge into it, like, on both. On the second one, you kind of dodge into it to the left. It's, like, more of an opening. But, like, sometimes the first one, like, catches anyway. It's weird. It's a weird attack. I don't fully get it, but whatever. I don't think you can dodge to the side on that one. Like, it's too, like, forward of a sweep. Motherfucker. It's fine, that was a bad start anyway. Oh yeah, I was gonna try with Ansbach again, right?
Pleasure to see you. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
It's like that one. He definitely did not touch me with the swords. Like, the hitbox is longer than the swords actually are. 100% I was far enough away. Should have been, but whatever.
Pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity. pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Yes, there are new updates because title update 2, Regios and Legaicris both have new
Lord
weapons.
brother.
Freaking space laser, man. Saw that one was about to hit me, so that's why I dodge rolled. Alright, but I really need to pee, so I downed that freaking coffee. So yeah, I'll be back in a minute. Alright, there we go. Okay. Just a quick one. Give me own. Apparently I didn't dry my hands super well. There we go. Alright. Now that I don't have that distracting me.
But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Mode will have his dignity.
Oh shit. Would be great if Ansbach was a little more aggressive. I just don't feel like he's actually, like, all that worth it. I mean, kind of. He is pretty tanky and does serve as a distraction. And he's doing bleed buildup, so technically he could get that.
General Radon, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Hey, coolest French, what's going on? Doing pretty well, just, hoping to finish this. Beating the bodybuilder and the femboy ass. Yeah. I do appreciate that it's a reference to the twin princes in Dark Souls 3, but I just wish the camera wasn't pulled in so fucking close. Like, that's my main issue with this fight. Like, it's just, when you're up close, it's hard to see what he's fucking doing. It's like you're trying to beat that bomber clot freezer. Yeah. I haven't tried with the old dude for quite a while, so I thought I'd give him another shot, and yeah, I just always seem to do better without him. Ansbach, right? That's his name. Yeah. Yeah, no, if I could get Aldrich from Dark Souls 3 to help, that guy would be helpful. Hundo Pacento. Yeah, just remind me of the Dragon Ball Z abridged thing. The Frieza fight, where he's like, I see you trying to fight that bomber-clad Frieza. Let me give you some advice. It's like, oh no! It's actually false advice. Yeah. The classic Dark Souls advice.
Lord brother. At long last you are returned. Tarnished one. Aspiring lord of the old order. If you have known sin, if you grieve for this world, then yield the path forward to us.
There it goes. Like, I feel like forgetting an opening attack for like phase 2. Nicola's like, no, you're fine. Oh shit, unless Toasty stops by. What's up, dude? What you up to?
Lord brother. At long last you are returned.
Like, are you busy? You wanna hop in the voice chat?
Tarnished one.
I could try to hold a conversation while I do this. That'll add another layer of challenge.
If you have known sin, if you grieve for this world, then yield the path forward to us. To I, Nicola, and my promised consort, Radahn.
Oh. Oh shit. Ah, fuck. That was... Okay. There it is. Not really? Thought it was clear of the blast. Oh. Schwittivs. Alright. Well, I'm gonna turn it back up and go back on mute so I can turn the fan back on. Why is it? Oh, there it goes. Alright. Cool if I unmute you. Neat. What you up to?
Not a whole lot. Just got done playing No Man's Sky. I'm tired.
And you'd think by now it'd be somebody's Sky.
What Sky? Someone's Sky?
Yeah, you would think by now it would be someone's Sky. Like, it's No Man's Sky, but like...
Yeah.
You know.
Because don't you know the sun?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sun, that's...
Just that it hasn't been claimed yet is weird.
Gotcha. But you know, this land is your land.
No, the sky.
This land is my land. From the something mountains to the sky. This land was made for you and me. I don't know that song. That includes the sky too.
I don't know if it does. I think they're talking about the
dirt. I'm trying to remember. What's the Greek myth? Basically, the earth, something's baiting a lot. Sky separates them. May not be Greek, actually. I don't think it is.
Well, there's... Oh wait, no, not Gaia.
There's Gaia.
Atlas? Or...
Atlas is holding up the Earth.
Is he the one that's holding up the Earth? Like in Tartarus, I guess? Like above hell or something? It's one of the Titans. I don't remember if it's Atlas.
Asia Sun. I searched what separated Gaia from the sun, and Google's like, what separates Asia from the sun? Asia is a continent, Earth. It's separated from the sun by the vast emptiness of space. Here's the breakdown.
Lord, brother.
Here's what separates Asia from the rest of existence.
At long last.
Whoa. Shit, I am screwed. Oh. Yeah, I'm screwed. I think it's Atlas.
Atlas is the one that holds up the Earth.
Yeah, he's like in Tartarus, like holding the Earth up.
Yes, but it's different from what I'm talking about.
Oh.
It may not even be Greek mythos.
What separates the Earth from the heavens?
So there's a something.
Is that what you mean?
No.
Oh, okay.
There's some mythology where you have the earth and then you have like air or something. And they're just like constantly banging all the time. So then they have like a kid or something, which is the sky, which is like, you gotta stop this. And it pushes like the air or whatever out of the way. So it's separating the earth from that. That's why it's the sky separates the earth from the whatever.
From the space?
Yeah.
It's called atmosphere, bro.
Weird.
It's called the firmament. Ah, shit. It's part of like Greek legend or something?
I think so.
Okay. Well, I'm glad they had that child. That makes things a lot less complicated.
Yes.
That's the funny thing about Greek myth is like everything is like a person.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, this is the god of rivers. Like, he is literally water that flows in the land. And Radon is the god of gigachads.
Oh, heck yeah. Sorry, I'm doing research.
No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah. Why does it keep on turning Gaia into frickin' Asia?
That's a good question. I mean, Gaia's a titan. I know that. Like in Greek myth. Bird scream.
What separates Asia from Europe?
Apparently, a lot of people are concerned about this. It's kind of funny because, like, Asia is, as far as landmass goes, like the continent is like almost half of the planet.
Yes.
It is a lot of space.
I'm starting to think this may not be Greek mythos. I am seeing, and this isn't an AI overview. Basically, though, Greek mythos, because I started there, Gaia and Uranus were, yeah, which, by the way, is the god of Gaia in heavens. So you know heavens.
Oh, so they had a child. They had a butt kid.
Yeah.
They had a butt baby.
They banged a lot. They made the Titans. But Uranus, he hated the Titans. He's like, "You suck! Get deep within my wife!" And he like threw them into the earth, deep in the earth. And Gaia's like, "That's mean, bro. That's bad. Somebody needs to kill you." And then they had
Somebody call
Kronos.
Titan Protective Services.
Yeah, Kronos. She's like, "Kronos, go kill him." So Kronos, the Titan, kills Uranus and then takes over. And he's terrible too.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, parents are bad in Greek myth.
Basically.
It's like, that's not my kind of fiction. I like fiction that doesn't remind me of real life. I mean, Greek mythology is kind of like the poster child of bad parenting.
I think you may be, according to Wikipedia, this is what you're saying. Atlas is a Titan condemned to hold up the heavens or sky for eternity after the Titan Marquis. Atlas also plays a role in the myths as the two of the greatest Greek heroes, Heracles, Perseus. Okay.
Oh no, my hemorrhoids are back. It just kind of shows his crotch and like some burning is surrounding his body. That's why Radon's a problem.
Yeah. The Scarlet Rot did him dirty.
Yeah. Elden Ring's version of gonorrhea. Just shove this gold needle up your pee hole and then you'll be fine, I swear.
Okay, might be Egyptian mythology that I'm thinking of.
Of which one?
Where the Earth, the
Oh, that might have been Sekhmet.
yeah, Egyptian mythology. Shu separates the sky goddess Nut from the Earth god Geb.
Oh yeah, Nut or
Nut.
Night or whatever. That was like Sekhmet's mom.
Amazing.
That was close. Yeah. Wow. Yep.
Nut.
That's what happens at night.
Basically, she's often depicted as a nude female covered with stars and arcing over the earth,
Hell yeah.
and sometimes as a cow.
Hell yeah. Equally sexy.
I mean, cows are all boobs, man.
They got so many
If you're
teeth.
into that, it's not good scene.
Come on, do your floaty bullshit.
Today,
It's not
for
doing
now.
the float.
Are you planning on coming back to Elden Rings or something? You say for now.
The what?
Your stream name ends today for now, so you're going to
Oh,
come back
no,
to
I'm just
Elden
saying,
Rings?
like, I'm determined to beat him.
Gotcha.
Because I've been doing this boss fight like 3 streams in a row now.
I mean, this is it. This is the final boss. This is the big challenge.
Yeah.
And besides a few items that you missed, you really can't be any more prepared, I think.
No, I could. Like,
Okay.
there's definitely other things I could do. Like, I don't have the full blessings either, like, buff things that you collect in the DLC, but I'd have to go, like, really out of my way to go get those.
Yes.
But, like, for the most part, like, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I screwed up my preparation in, like, a couple different ways. Because initially I wasn't going to do the DLC. So, like,
Yes.
I didn't prepare for that specifically. So, you know, if I had started over, like, I would have an easier time with this, because I'd have things at my disposal that I just can't get on this playthrough.
Yes.
But it's fine. It's, you know, this guy's gonna have his bullshit regardless, so I just need to, like, deal with it. I mean, if there was a delete Radon button, I would probably press it for sure. That being said, it's mostly the camera I'm finding is my main problem. Because, like, he's kind of too fucking big, so, like, the camera should be, like, pulled out a little bit so you could see what he's doing. Because, like, if you're right
He's
up...
freaking gigantic. You leave the bird
Sorry, the what?
alone, you... I said, he's gigantic.
Yeah, so that's
Leave
why
the
I'm, like,
bird
trying to
alone.
keep my distance from him, like, in the first phase at least, because that way I can see what moves he's doing. But in the second phase, like, the only consistent way to, like... the best course of action is to stay close to him, because it's easier to dodge his shit, and he doesn't do some of his more annoying attacks that are almost impossible to dodge.
Makes sense.
So,
So it was Egyptian mythology that I was thinking of.
mm.
So
So the night sky and some...
is Jeb and Net. Geb and Nut
Yeah, so
were separated because
Geb and Nut.
they're
Gebena.
yeah, because they were just like, well, I guess technically it's an embrace. They were just like on each other all the time.
Sure,
It's
sure.
like, so life couldn't be created. So Shu, which I guess was their father, god of air. It was like, you gotta be separated. You push the freaking nut away from Geb. It's like, stop banging your brother. She's like, you suck, Dad. You don't understand.
He's my stepbrother. It's fine.
No, he's not. I'm literally both of your fathers. I know.
You're not my dad in my head canon.
Yep, I love mythology.
Yeah.
So interesting. Which is why, I don't know. I guess like when they do their faux mythologies and like D&D and stuff, they're inspired by the real world thing, but it just feels so lifeless.
Yeah.
Like a bunch of people sitting at the table going, oh, wouldn't this be cool?
Yeah.
It's like this is kind of like this in real life. But I guess it's like when they made, forget the name of the language, like Esperanto or something? Something with an E. Let me check. Oh.
A language?
Yes. Esperanto. There we go.
Esperanto.
Yes. So Esperanto is a language that was created by a linguist with the goal to promote international communication.
Oh,
so it's
gotcha.
a methodically created language to be like, this is a super language that we can all speak, so we're not all speaking different languages.
Mm-hmm.
But it just never took on because, you know, it wasn't, and I don't want to say it wasn't a real language, but it was just, it was like kind of, you know, like a born in a lab, basically. And it lacked that kind of grittiness of like real languages. So,
Right.
and I think part of it is language is really related to culture.
Yeah.
So there's it's the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, which is said a few different ways. One of them is language determines like culture, but it's also like language determines perception or whatever. In any case, language and culture are pretty inseparable because it's even just like how you view certain words. Sort of like I've noticed like with Japanese, just looking at the subtitles, they'll often say hi, which is supposed to be hi. Yes or affirmative, but they'll use it within that context to be like no. But, you know. So it's like, and that may not necessarily be a cultural thing, that may be more that affirmative answers that question a little bit better. Sort of like, do you not want to do this? And they're like, yes.
Yeah, sometimes it's more like acknowledged, like I hear you.
Yes.
Than like exactly. Yes or no exactly.
I'm just saying that it's a little bit different from like the American yes and no stuff.
Right.
There's a
whoop.
So Esperanto just doesn't have that because it was the linguist going, I want to make a super language. Which also in itself is an impossible task, because it's like, what parts of what languages are you taking? I think he was also more Western inspired, so it's a more like Western writing system, it's a more so forth. That attack is cool as crap, but your bird's dead.
Yeah, he is. He's dead as fuck.
Yes.
I love when he just like walks at me slowly. It's like, please keep doing that.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's my favorite. Oh boy, it's the attack I'm not sure how to dodge. He has a weird combo that, like, I haven't figured out yet. That's the one that killed me.
Nice, it's okay.
Yeah.
The big, thing to this game. The thing is too vague. Don't want to say strategy. It's kind of like the big skill, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
The game.
Figuring out moves is,
Yes.
yeah.
And then, yeah, admittedly, you have to have, like, the manual dexterity or so forth to pull off the button presses that you need. But in order to do that, you need to know the moves. You know, hey, bam, bam, bam.
It's also kind of lame because, like, I'm also dealing with, like, extra latency. Because, like, I can't use auto low latency mode on the PlayStation. Which makes a pretty big difference. But it is a consistent amount of latency, so it's not, like, the biggest issue.
You just get used to the new latency, but it's still a bit weird for your timing.
It's kind of especially hard for games like this because when you're supposed to be reactive, like, oh, you need to respond to this attack within this many frames. It's like, well, I have like 10 frames of latency, so like anything that's like 10 to 15 frames, which there are a couple of those, it's like good fucking luck. Ah, fucking shit, that's not what I wanted. Damn it, I'm probably dead. Yep. Nope, I'm fine. Okay, cool. So then it's like memorization. Fuck.
Yes.
But he has like a ton of variations on his moves.
Which makes sense.
Yeah. Oh, that works! Oh, I figured out how to dodge the attack that was fucking me. Well, one of the attacks that was fucking me before.
Hey, I mean, that's the thing. Those are what will get you.
Yeah.
Like
my main focus right now is not to win, it's just to like stay alive in the second phase. Oops. And like, because if I can get his attacks figured out, actually winning is not a problem. Ah, motherfucker.
yeah, but I mean, you could do both and win.
yeah, it's just knowing what the timings are, because like the ice spear is really good because it does frostbite buildup and decent damage, but I need to know like when I actually have an opening to use it, because like a lot of times if I think I have an opening and try using it, and then if I don't, then I'm just dead. So
That's true, you don't have a margin for error, so
No.
doing these reconnaissance is important.
And a lot more attacks in the second phase will one-shot me than the first phase. In the first phase, there's a little bit of leniency because I can, not many of his attacks will one-shot me if I'm at full health.
I notice you're not summoning the guy anymore.
No, he doesn't help very much. He doesn't really pull his weight. Plus, he's making him stronger. Like, he's got more poise and he's got more HP, and I'm trying to get those stance breaks, and shit, I did the wrong thing.
I mean, no, it's fair. There is this whole strategic thing
Yeah.
that NPCs or anybody that you summon have to be doing their work,
Mm-hmm.
or else you're just making it worse.
Yeah. Especially for the second phase, like it makes it a lot worse, kind of, because you need him to focus on you. So the bird helps in the first phase because he actually does a buff when he does the scream thing. And that buff only lasts like 20 or 30 seconds, I think, but it basically makes you do more stance damage, so it's easier to stagger enemies.
Yes.
Because ordinarily it would take me longer to get the stagger with like Ice Spear. So ideally, he does that at the beginning of the fight and then does it again before he dies, but dies like basically at the beginning of the second phase. Because like, if I don't know if he's targeting the bird or targeting me, then it's a real problem, especially because he can just like switch aggro on a dime. And some of his more deadly attacks he only does if you're like a little further away from him. So he's helpful, but in the second phase I don't really want him around. Well, that was dumb.
Isn't there a third phase, though?
No,
Oh, okay.
it's just the two.
Well, the second phase is tough enough.
Yeah. Now, if there was a third phase, I never would agree to do this.
Well, I don't know. I mean, the third phase could be easier or harder depending
True.
on the boss.
Yeah. Dude, that works every fucking time. Okay. So when he does that vertical shit, where he warps towards you, that was killing me like every time before.
Yes.
And the visual, it's a little misleading because how it looks visually, it makes you think that you need to dodge like every part of it, but you just need to dodge the opening hit and then the last hit. I mean, that's the third time in this run I've dodged it perfectly, so I'd say that's pretty consistent. Oh shit. Fuck. I'm dead. No, I'm not. Well, yeah, I am. Alright. Yay, that combo I still don't know what to do anything about. It's okay though, because I've figured out most of his attacks, except for that combo and the big gravity slam bullshit that...
Dodge through him, so you end up on the other side of him, and then you stab him in his butt.
That would be great. That actually has fucked me up before though, because like sometimes since you are so much smaller than him, sometimes you can roll between his legs, and then that kind of fucks everything up actually. I used to be like dodging into him a lot more than I found like actually dodging like forward diagonal left or forward diagonal right is like a lot more consistent.
You're consistently awesome because your face.
I try to be, but you're just trying to make me feel good about myself, Toasty, and it's working. So keep doing it.
I would never just try to make you feel good about yourself.
I'm lying to make her feel better.
Oh, well, that's great.
Oh, fucking.
Will you ever play Pillars of Eternity? You
Yeah.
can lie to me. That's fine.
I have played.
neat.
Oh wait, no. Pillars of Eternity. I did play that? No, I didn't play that. I played Divinity Original Sin 2.
That's a good game.
They're very similar. I get those two games confused.
I mean, I get Pillars of Eternity confused with Path of Exiles, like all the time, because they're both PoE. There's kind of like a similar, like, boom, boom, boom.
Yeah,
it's like
I
Pillars
gotcha.
of Eternity, Path of Exile.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Dude, stop. He's fucking on one.
Pillars of Eternity is a good game. I've also never beaten it. It's a long game. It's a hard game too.
Did who made that one?
Obsidian.
Oh, I've heard great things about them.
Yes, and this was an Obsidian crowdfunded game. Because at the time, the commercial market only wanted Obsidian to produce a specific kind of game. And they wanted to go back to their roots. So it's like, look, like, you know, basically our producers are making us produce these specific kinds of games. We would like the chance to go back to our roots. Could you, you know, help us do that? So it was a very successful Kickstarter. And yeah, they made the game. So Pillars of Eternity is very much like a spiritual successor to Baldur's Gate 1 and 2.
I thought BioWare made those, no?
They did. And Obsidian
Okay.
was splintered off from BioWare.
Okay.
The people of Obsidian started in BioWare, and then they're like, let's make our own company. And then they did.
Cool.
Yeah. But, I mean,
I'll make my own amusement park with blackjack and hookers.
you know, forget the amusement park and the blackjack.
Screw the whole thing.
Yes. So, you're not wrong. But it's also not a sequel or related to the universe by any stretch. It's just a spiritual successor in the way is like, this is similar gameplay, and now we've kind of expanded upon it.
Nice.
Though the lead design said that he felt like he couldn't go as far as he wanted, because, you know, they were making RPGs for many years at that point, and he's like, you know, we made some mistakes with Baldur's Gate, and I felt like I couldn't really correct those in Pillars of Eternity because people were looking for a specific feel of the whatever. They wanted it to be like another kind of Baldur's Gate, basically.
So you're saying the second game is better?
The second game?
Pillars of Eternity 2?
No. Pillars of Eternity 1 isn't even bad. This is just what the lead design was saying.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's still like more modernized than Baldur's Gate by a long shot. This Baldur's Gate was like the 90s, and this was 2015. I guess there was just some more amenities that he would have liked to have included, probably. He's like, I didn't do those. I don't know. I still feel like it's a pretty solid project, and it wasn't like he was unhappy with it. It's just, yeah.
I fucking hate that attack.
I don't think you're supposed to like it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he is literally an actual roadblock. That's the point. He's an obstacle.
Yeah.
He's a real threat, not just a pretend threat.
Yeah. When are we gonna do a good game like Final Fantasy Tactics? I'm just joking. We're gonna Friday.
I know you're joking, but that just reminded me. It was Final Fantasy 14 at the time, but I was playing Elden Ring, and I was just had enough, so I switched to Final Fantasy 14. I was like, oh, so this is what fun feels like.
Because you were enjoying yourself, yeah.
Yeah, with 14, not Elden Ring. So for me, It's like, I know you're joking, but I wasn't.
Right. I mean, part of the joke, from my perspective, is like, I love playing this game, but there are certain things that really piss me off sometimes about it. Like, and this level 1 run has definitely been that. Like, it has not been enjoyable. So after this one, I'm not doing it again.
Look, I mean, it's a challenge run for a reason.
Well, yeah, but I don't mind challenge runs. I have a lot of fun with challenge runs. It's just this method of challenge run is like just annoying.
It depends on the challenge, right? It's not like a challenge run is a challenge run is a challenge run.
Right.
This particular one is frustrating because the whole thing is that you're level 1. So you have to be very picky with your weapons. You have to...
Right.
Well, not even upgrades because you don't upgrade. But you have to
you can upgrade your weapons.
I mean, that's true. And, well, mostly you have to buff yourself appropriately or whatever so you can use your things or so forth.
I just feel like getting stronger is like part of... Like, what's the point if you're not getting stronger, kind of a thing. Like, that's like one of the main, like, one of the core themes of it is like you start as like nothing, and then eventually you become Elden Lord, you know? Like, it's very much a rags to riches kind of trope, you know? And like, if you don't have a progression, it just doesn't feel right. And it feels more frustrating than anything when I know there's like hundreds of different things in the game that would be fun to use and experiment with and all this other shit, but it's like too restrictive and such an obvious and arbitrary method. You know what I mean? Like, I love themed challenge runs where it's like, hey, you're gonna roleplay as this kind of thing, and like, this is your motivation, and this is like your, you know, backstory and canon and all that shit. That shit's fun. But if it, you know, fits with everything else, it just, this kind of shit is like just for masochism. And there's like no other thing. Like, to me, there's no appeal in it, because like, I don't care about leaderboards, I don't care about speed running, I don't give a shit about competitive online play. Like, I don't care. Like, people enjoy different things for different reasons, and this is definitely not like a reason of why I enjoy Elden Ring.
Yes. Though, just counter-argument is that this is you being a specific kind of a thing. I mean, there's still the progression in that you're leveling up your weapons, you're getting items and so forth. I mean, yes, it's different, I'm just saying. And, like, here, it's like more that you're the victim. You're the underdog throughout that eventually beats the challenge because you have the skills and the luck to have a good run to win eventually. But I also see your points, and that's why I would never do a level 1 run. It's because part of the fun is playing around with the stuff that is available to you.
Yes, the exploration and the experimentation are like my favorite aspects. And I can't really do that.
It kind of makes you play around with stuff that you might not normally, and engage with the world in a different way.
I do like that part.
But, I mean, it's a tough run.
Yeah.
You're level 1, you die in one hit.
Yeah.
To a lot of things. Most of the game.
Right. And it's been like fully dissected and everything too, so like there isn't even the fun of like, hey, here's a method that I figured out for this and blah blah blah. And yeah, part of that's because I'm late to the party. Like, if I tried this when the game first came out, then there just wouldn't be enough information out there. And they could be like, "Oh, I discovered this," or like, no. At this point, like, everything in the game is like fully documented. So like, there is there's this classic thing in like um I think it's ethos of game design where it's like dominant strategy, I think. Like if there is something that is unbalanced and to the player's favor, then the players will eventually find it and use it. Like more, they'll favor it more than like the other options in the game. So you got to be careful every time you introduce an option that it serves a purpose, it fits like a goal or a need, and like it has a use case basically. And there definitely is like cases of dominant strategy in this game because there are like hundreds of options and shit like that. And like, yeah, they've done a lot of balancing, but most of that's been for the base game and ensuring, at least for a while, that the PvP stayed alive. Now, it doesn't really matter as much, and they haven't put as much care into the DLC. So, like, the base game, yeah, rock solid. Tons of things. Like, it's almost feels like a different game. But, they haven't done that level of like touch-ups and balancing for the DLC to make it feel like it's on the same level of polish. Motherfucker.
Fair. Because it's very hard to do that in an RPG. Even in the base game, which is in a really good spot, there's still some stuff.
Mm-hmm. Some bitch.
I mean, like, you even said that there's just some things that, like, this is kind of like easy mode. Which is intentional. It's the easy modes for the people who aren't good. I'm just saying. And, like, what you're saying is, like, people gravitate towards what is best for them.
Mm-hmm.
Which is just, that's just, like, human psychology.
Right.
It's like we're looking for the thing that gives us the greatest advantage so we don't die.
Right.
It's a video game, but you try fighting evolution.
Mm-hmm. But yeah,
so,
in the sense of like what I was saying earlier, like what I do enjoy about the game, and there are like, you know, this is something I don't enjoy about the game. There's actually like a lot of reasons why I'm using exactly what I'm using. Like Ice Spear is pretty good. But the reason I like all this shit is like, so I'm wearing the Queen's hat, which is Renala's hat. And like I'm using Ice Spear, which is like a frost sorcery kind of a thing. Which is very much like Ranni's stuff. And like Ranni is the inheritor to the Carrion throne. And she has her own plan of like how to fix the world basically, which in my opinion, out of like all the Empyreans that could raise be ascended to godhood basically, I think Ranni's plan is the best in general for like everyone's interest and everyone involved. And like Radahn is also Renala's offspring, so like this is kind of like my character is kind of embodying like, hey, this is the Carrion royal family, I'm to fuck you up because you forgot your roots and turn your back on the thing. Plus Radahn was the one holding the stars back, literally making sure that Ranni couldn't go through with her plan. So this is like, yeah, time to pay the piper, bitch. You fucked over your family and now I'm gonna fuck you over. But yeah, thematically, like it is just, there's a lot to enjoy, and like I love like the world itself and the map and the characters and all that other shit, but it's a game I like to play casually more than anything because in all of those aspects it's very, very fun. But like the emphasis that people have on it of like, oh hey, here's my world record soul level 1 thing, like true, no talismans or armor or anything. It's just more and more like over the top, people trying to like one up each other and do all this other shit, and just it's turning into, that aspect of it is turning into like the whole like speedrun thing, where it's appealing because of a different thing, you know. Um, it's trying to appeal to the competitive thing, in a sense,
Yes.
which I don't care about at all. Like that's why I was saying about Code Vein. Like I like Code Vein a lot more because it's focused around, it's built around two people. It's balanced around two people, and like it's one of the only Souls likes or whatever even close to in the genre where you can just enjoy the co-op and you don't have to worry about like invaders and like PvP like randomly interrupting your gaming session, because there is none of that. Like there is no invaders. Like there's cooperative play, but there's not PvP. And the whole game is just balanced around like two people. So like if you have someone to play with, cool. But if you have like, they also have all the NPCs for you to like fill in the blank if like you have to play by yourself, you know? So in that sense, I really like that, and it's kind of a callback to like old action games too, where it's like player one, player two. And you have two controllers plugged into the system and you just like play through the game with a friend, you know? And that's the kind of shit that I like. Like, as far as all the competitive shit and stuff, like, yeah, I really don't fucking care. So, like, at one point I was really hoping for, like, Elden Ring to get an update to where it would be cooperative only, and you could just do online play without worrying about, like, invaders and all that other shit. And I thought they were kind of leaning that way, because they introduced, like, the Colosseums at one point, and be like, here's a place just for PvP. Like, great. Make that an option where that's completely separate. Like, you know what I mean? Can, like, people that want to do PvP, they can go to the arenas and blah, blah, blah. So I was hoping, like, just on the title screen or something, there's, like, an option for, like, online play, do, like, traditional, co-op only, or, PvP only, like just different modes within the game, because the game already has those modes essentially built into it. You just would be disabling one thing or another thing. But yeah.
Yes.
Like the co-op aspects, don't like the competitive aspects.
Okay. I mean, that's fair. I don't care for the competitive aspects myself. I'm more of a co-op gamer, you know?
Mm-hmm. Not to say the PvP, get a group of people together, they do have, like, group PvP modes, where they even have, like, a team competitive thing that's really fun. And, like, that's all well and good. And, like, eventually, once they did introduce the Colosseums and stuff, they did have that reflected in the updates, where in the rebalancing, they would have the general game balancing, and then the PvP balancing would be separate. Like, yeah, because you're balancing stuff to be playing the main game, but you also want people that want to do the PvP to also have a good time, you know?
Yes.
Anyway, I guess the point of all that is just people enjoy different things for different reasons.
Yeah, I appreciate. I think the roleplay part is cool too, because you said something about this was the Queen's garb.
Yeah.
And stuff. And that's kind of neat.
Yeah, it's literally his mom's hat.
Yeah.
Like, dude got resurrected in the body of his brother, and then some guy comes in wearing his mom's hat.
That's kind of rude, actually.
I mean, he's not all there, like, they're using the soul of Radon, but it's the body of Moog.
Yes.
Which... Oh, wait, no. Moog is his, stepbrother. His brother is, Rykard. That's right. Don't even get me started on fucking Rykard's plan for how to fix the world. He just wants giant snakes to eat everybody. Like, that's not gonna work.
Why not? Yeah, I think
you know what?
you're
That's a
just
good point. That's a good point. Maybe I'm just being speciesist. Maybe giant snakes are the answer we need.
Maybe you're being speciesist.
Maybe instead of hands across America, we need snakes across America.
Exactly.
Lord brother.
Oops.
I won
You won what?
the fight.
What fight?
That was a way scarier fight than I thought it was going to be. And Pillars of Eternity.
Oh. You're actually playing it right now. Okay, cool.
I am. I have a barbarian currently, which I built inspired by my first D&D character.
What the... Oh.
Yeah. Barbarians in this game are quite good in taking on groups of people. So,
Cool.
yeah. Because they got a cleave attack, but can also... they get bonuses for, like, engaging multiple enemies, which means if they run away, they get attacks of opportunity. Which is basically the only way to lock down an enemy to prevent it from attacking your squishier units. Because otherwise than that, the AI always prioritizes them. So, and it takes more enemies to flank them, so they don't get flanked as much. At least you can upgrade them that way. It doesn't start natively. But they do start the game with a cleave attack, so all of their attacks hit an area.
Hey, Toasted, did you ever play Age of Empires 2? Did I already ask you about this
Yes.
recently?
I think he asked about Age of Empires, maybe.
Hmm.
We definitely talked about Age of Empires, but I'm not sure we talked about 2 specifically.
Oh, okay. I just found out recently they have a definitive edition of Age of Empires 2 on PlayStation now.
Yes.
And it looks really good.
Yes. RTSs have never really been my thing, but
Same.
I appreciate it.
Not a
Age
big
of
fan of the
Empires.
genre, but I like that one.
No! Why did my cleric try to open it? No! Oh, he got one-shotted.
You only get one
That's-
shot.
Not good. Oh. Is the trap still there? Okay, I guess we're good. It's a broken blade? He died for a broken blade?
Seems like a
it's
waste.
part of the quest. It's what I needed for the quest, I guess.
Fair enough.
Oh yeah, that's why I didn't see the trap. I didn't scout for it. Well, that's on me.
Yeah.
My healer got one-shotted. This game has a interesting mechanic, but I'm actually not the biggest fan of it. I'm kind of glad they got rid of it in the second game, but they could have done something else. Anyways, in this game you have health and endurance. So endurance is basically the amount of damage that you can take in a fight. before you're knocked unconscious. Health is the amount of damage the character can take before they're dead. You have a lot more health than you do endurance, but whenever you're out of combat, your endurance gets refilled by using your health. So eventually your health goes down and you'll die. Unless you rest. Rest will restore your health.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, well, how do you get your health back then?
Yeah, you rest, and there's also some feats you can take which will allow you to restore a little bit of health in between. But, you have to rest. Basically, it's one of the mechanics to make it so you need to rest. The other also being that spells are limited.
Feet give you health. I feel that.
Feet wiki win.
Right? I need to pee, Toasty. I'll be back in just a moment, okay?
Okay.
Alright, there we go, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thanks, buddy. I know it sounds stupid, but I've been losing sleep over this.
It's okay. It was a big thing in your life.
Yeah.
No, they cast held person on me. Who held me?
It's just
Those
annoying.
jerks.
Because I know, like, I need to practice in order for it to, go well. Just, like, learn the shit, but it's just, like, I'd rather be doing other things.
I understand. You've kind of had your fill.
Yeah. Kind of just sucks because it's like in a game that I enjoy so much.
Yeah, well, this run sucks.
Yeah. I just love this game. I love the game, but like, I hate doing this.
Well, as they say, hate the player, not the game, whatever.
Yeah. No, believe me, I hate myself more than
Don't
most
hate
things.
yourself. I will slap you. It's my friend you're talking about over there.
You're not allowed to be mean to yourself.
Exactly. Look.
Oh. Motherfucker. Nah, I've gotten better about that in recent years. I did used to
Yeah.
hate myself, but it's
It's
not
it.
a problem anymore, really.
Yes. And it's very good. It's just um it's the philosophy. I mean, like Bruce Lee was talking about, like, words have power and it's a spell that you cast over yourself.
Yep.
And so often we use self-deprecating humor, but it's sort
We
of
do.
like we're taught that, it's not good to be too prideful.
True.
So I feel in a way it's us avoiding that. It's like, no. I'm gonna be like forced humble. I mean, look at me, I'm an idiot. But then you keep
Right.
on telling yourself that you're an idiot like every
Right.
day, and then it just kind of gets ingrained in you.
Yeah, it's not very nice.
No. I saw this interesting post though. It's like, replace self-deprecating humor with, like, kind of ironically, what was the word? Over prideful is what's coming to my head, but that's not the language they use. But kind of like that. It's like you trip. It is
Like machismo, like bravado.
yeah, kind of like that. But ironically, it's like, look how smart I am. I'm a genius right now. And then,
I mean, that's good for self-esteem, but not for,
well, it's a joke. It's
Right.
not actually machismo. It's, you're doing it as a joke. Yeah, that's
Well,
kind of the
machismo.
point. Yeah. And then people are like, haha, that's kind of funny. But at the same time, you're not being a jerk to yourself.
Right.
Kill the things, squad. What?
Nani?
My
Fucking hell.
my cleric is literally insane. Kill him, squad. I have summoned 3 dragons. I am powerful.
Hell yeah.
Excuse me.
And that was kind of instinctive, but that's part of what's satisfying too about like leveling up and stuff like that in games like this is like you remember when you're getting your ass kicked when you're like level 1, and going through shit and blah blah blah, and then returning be like, haha, look how powerful I am. Like, it's just, everybody loves a good not power trip, but the other power fantasy. That's the name of it.
Yeah. Elden Ring never really felt like a power fantasy to me.
Well, did you get to max level?
I don't know what level I got, but I definitely got to points of the game, where you increase in power and then you go back and you can kind of wipe the floor with people.
Yeah. Well, I think if you do play it again, you should be a wizard, Harry.
I mean, that definitely, they got glass cannon, emphasis on the cannon. I've definitely seen that, but I don't know.
Especially with like some of the carrion family shit, like it's so good. Like Rennie's family knew what was up. Like carrying sword stuff is so much fun, and like the moon spells are so cool, and like, her guardian dragon Agila with his moon blade, like fucking yeah, it's so sick. Like, and if you just like max stuff out and shit and just be like, haha, I'm about to drop a magical nuke on you, and it's just, it can feel incredible.
Lord brother.
Like even
Yeah.
I remember bringing that into like
You are returned.
what's his name? This big fuck you dragon in this DLC, Gale is his name, I think.
Hmm.
Or no, Bale. Bale.
Aspiring
Yeah, Bale the Dread, I think. But a lot of people are like, dude, he's such an ass. You know, he is a big fuck you dragon for sure. But there are certain spells that use enemies' size against them, kind of a thing. And it definitely works for him. So I remember like
You
going.
beat him?
Yeah, quite a few times. Not in level 1, but you know.
No, I meant, did you beat Rudan?
Oh no.
Oh, this is just second phase. Okay.
Yeah. Second phase.
I guess you just watched the cutscene and I was like, well, I'm not familiar with this.
Yeah, I just usually skip it.
Which is fair.
What the?
I see what you're saying. It's just... the game asks too much of me.
Yeah, no, I feel you. And again, it's only if if your experience is like my experience right now, where it's like you're just not having fun with it, then no, don't push yourself through it for sure. But like, it was if your opinion on it changes, or at some point something changes to where you can enjoy it, you know, I would recommend it again, because like initially I didn't like Dark Souls, but it was like after, you know, playing more Armored Core and then playing Dark Souls 2 once that came out, like that got me into it, because I was like, oh okay, now I got you. Like, but it was also, I just realized, like, at the time when I initially didn't like Dark Souls, like what I imagined a third-person FromSoft like action game would be was like very different in my imagination than what it was in actuality.
Mm-hmm.
At least on the like original target platform of like PlayStation 3. Because yeah, like if I had a high-end PC at the time and played the PSC version, then things would have been very different. But I did not. I, like millions of others, played it on one of the 2 home consoles that it was released for. Oh fuck.
Thank you for the shout out, by the way. I'm sorry. I didn't know.
No, I just, you know, wanted people to know who I'm talking to.
Steve Buscemi.
Steve Buscemi. Can you believe it, guys? I know Steve Buscemi. He's my friend on Discord.
Curled up against the inside of this broken shell is a tiny white shape. Only when a tiny toothed maw opens to let out a frightened squeak is it clear that it's a small worm, spelled W-R-M.
Yeah.
Recently hatched. It's mine now.
So hey, Steve, when you were in Mr. Deeds, did you ever tell Adam Sandler, like, you know, that you weren't really into the character?
Yes.
Cool. Did he take it okay, or was he hurt, like, as a creative person?
He slapped me. It was very unprofessional.
Mm.
Yeah.
Does he slap like a girl? I bet he slaps like a girl.
I'm legally not allowed to answer that question, but yes.
My lawyer is shaking his head, but yes.
Yes. I don't know. Apparently I'm distantly related to Adam Sandler.
Well, I mean, we
which I
all
don't
are.
know. Yes.
You know that old saying, like, I don't know you from Adam? I'm pretty sure that's what it's talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more closely related than that, but it's distant enough that it doesn't really matter. But, I mean, yeah, I mean, what I would say to that is what you just said to that. It's like, we're all related at the end of the day.
Yeah.
At least if evolution's correct. But even if not, I don't know. This
Well,
game is quite fun.
I mean, yeah, a lot of religions have a common, like, ancestry, too.
Mm.
In their origin stories, is what I meant.
True. That is true.
So even going from taking a religious stance, like, we are all related in that way as well.
Mm-hmm. So, Pillars of Eternity doesn't have romance in it,
Damn.
which is fine. I don't know if you particularly care one way or the other if there's romance in your RPGs.
No.
For me, I don't know, I cared more about it when I was younger. I just kind of liked the option, whether or not you take the option. And I felt like it could kind of develop your relationships with the characters a little bit more. You got to learn some stuff, and I kind of like that. And I still like it for those aspects, but I bring that up because the design of Obsidian, the designers of that, just they really don't like romance, which is not their official take. It's more like if it's going to be done, it has to be done quote unquote correctly. But they completely avoid it a lot of the times, to the point of like they got upset because of how popular Baldur's Gate is. It's like, we don't know what makes a good video game, and part of that was like the romance. And it's like, guys, listen here. I know you don't care for romance, and that's fine. There's plenty of gamers that don't like the romance stuff in their games. However, it's a popular thing.
Yeah.
It's a very popular thing.
Don't most BioWare games have romance options?
Yes.
Yeah, so what the fuck?
Most do, but like Baldur's Gate 1 didn't. And Baldur's Gate 2 did. And it's not like everyone was aboard with this, and Obsidian splintered off from BioWare, you know?
Right.
So they're not, yeah. So they're part of the camp of people who are like, we don't really care for this in our games. And it's just that they didn't like how it turned your NPCs into the same kind of stock characters. It's like, here was this really interesting character, and now they're just kind of like a bubbling mess. Which, yes, when like it's done wrong in games, that definitely happens, and it's that way a lot of times because it's just kind of easy and a quick way to do the whole thing. But it's not in every game. There's a lot of games that actually handle that romance kind of interestingly. Rogue Trader, as an example, I haven't really experienced those romances, but they particularly were focused on trying to make like the romance fit the whole vibe of like this grim dark future, you know, because that's what Warhammer 40k is. So you don't have like happy-go-lucky romances. It's like, how can we like develop these out? And it's very interesting how the things are. But there's a lot of games nowadays, a lot of RPGs where your characters don't just become a bumbling mess when they have a romance. It's just kind of furthering your relationship with them, and you get to see different sides to the characters and stuff. I think Baldur's Gate did romance in an interesting way too, and there's stuff, so I don't know. The people at Obsidian, I feel, just don't particularly like romance and stuff, and that's a fine take. But even like with that, like Pillars of Eternity 2 has romance, and it's just like it's so just thrown in there. It's because they kickstarted that one too, and it got to the tier that romance was a thing. So I was like, okay, we'll put it in, but it's
We're not
definitely
gonna like it.
yeah, it feels forced and kind of just rushed, and like they just want to get over. It's like, okay, you kiss, you're cool. Now let's get back to the actual stuff. I guess it just feels like that in their games. It's like it's a taking away from the meat and potatoes, which I don't think it necessarily has to.
No.
It's just how they feel about it. So, if the person who's the creative design of Obsidian is listening, bro, it's cool. But yeah, romance is just a popular thing, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's the only thing. There's still plenty of gamers out there that either don't want it or don't care for it in their games.
Right. Messiah, what's going on, dude?
Messiah, hello.
Chocobo coming to Monster Hunter. Yeah. Yeah, dude.
That's pretty
What you
cool.
up
I'm
to,
a
man?
chocobo.
You could hop in here if you want, man. But
Yeah.
yeah, the other thing I was gonna say, because this game has it too. Granted, there's only one romance option, and it's not necessarily a romance option, but you can become Ranny's consort if you want to. Um,
It's
you
the
don't.
most romance in this game, but yeah.
Yeah, you don't kiss her, you don't bang her, any of that shit. Like you're literally just her consort. Like and I feel like a lot of people misinterpreted that initially, and which is why like Radon is Mikola's consort here. It's like, no, they're not brothers banging each other. Like a consort, like you're essentially the bodyguard. You're the person that ensures they can do what they want. You are sworn to their service. You are kind of a butler. Like you're a personal slave, like in a sense, like. And it's like, well, you give her a ring. It's like, yeah, a ring. It's a promise. It's a contract. Like you are essentially a mercenary at first, and then you are brought into the family in a sense. Like it doesn't mean you're fucking, you know? Like it's essentially like Radon and Mikola aren't fucking each other. Like like Mikola is Mikola's consort is Radon, so he can achieve godhood. Like he can't achieve godhood by himself because like you kind of need the other half. Like in the mythos of Elden Ring, you always needed that. Like some of them did reproduce and like have coitus or whatever. Like you had his name fucking Godfrey, is that right? Like the first Elden Lord and Marika, like they did bang and they achieved godhood and had children, then did demigods and shit. And like Renala and Radigan, they did the same thing and also had children, and that's where most of the bosses in the game come from. But like just because you're becoming Ranni's consort is because she's an Empyrean like Mikola and Melania. Fuck, who's the other Empyrean? Anyway, there's only a few of the demigods who are eligible for godhood, and Ranni is one of them. Like, and she had her plan, which was to break the golden order of this cycle of like two people basically going to the Elden Beast and this Elden Ring thing, and then one of them being sacrificed and one of them being in power, kind of like this metaphor for the king and queen of a kingdom kind of a thing, to ensure that it's like, hey, I'm the one that speaks for this higher thing and I'm the one that actually does the governing, but they kind of work as a unit. So essentially, Rainey doesn't have a body, she just has a soul with a doll. So there's naturally certain things she can't do, and she's also kind of in hiding. So you're off doing the things that she can't do, but you're kind of working under her already consort, kind of, Blythe, but she doesn't want to make Blythe her consort because he's her shadow, which was another thing in the story of Elden Ring that they didn't really go fully into. But like, Ranni has her shadow, which was given to her by the greater will. It's essentially like, here's your slave person. That's not really a person. And by the way, they can go berserk, which you really don't want that to happen, but it could happen. And so, like, Marika knew this a long time ago, and that's why, like, Karank, aka Malekith, is her shadow, and she literally put him as far away as possible, because she was like, no, I don't want any of that shit. But, yeah, Blythe eventually goes berserk and then can't do his thing. And then Iji's, like, the counselor guy, and, like, he's also in service of Lady Ranni in a different capacity. She has her Oathsworn Dragon, which is awesome, and that's another reason the Carians are kind of the best, is like, they're the only peoples in the world of Elden Ring where the dragons willingly serve them. Like, the dragons were the original, like, main power of the world until they were usurped. So the dragons, you know, hate the people, but, like, the Carians they're cool with. For the most part, at least the Carian royal family. Maybe it's because they feed them sorcerers every so often and glintstone and stuff like that. Maybe that's part of what they're after in a primeval sense. But yeah, becoming the consort isn't necessarily, you know, mean anything. It's just a formality, and you're swearing your service to this thing, this better idea of, like, hey, the world's broken. Fundamentally, we need to change how the world works. Yes, I see that. Let's do that. You know?
Yeah. So
it's kind of a romance option? Not exactly.
Yeah. Looking at a consort, companion partner, particularly a spouse of a monarch, going to the archaic meaning of consort, sort of like your match companion, mate, sort of equal, but not really. It is often used for royalty. It's an intimate associate. So part of like that conception is because it does have a romantic undertone, but it's not like you're saying. It's not necessarily romantic. It is somebody that is incredibly important to that person, such as the right hand, you know?
Right.
So, as opposed to necessarily, like you're saying, being romantic with Ranni,
and,
it is more that you are her go-to person. It's like you're going to get my task done.
Right.
Though I don't know. I don't know if there's any sort of romantic tone to her interactions with you after that.
I mean, not really. Like, she's a little bit warmer than most at some points, but not essentially. You can tell that she's fond of the player character, but, like...
Yeah, that doesn't...
That's about as far as it goes.
No, I mean... It also has to come with sort of a context of the culture too. Like Japan is a very reserved culture.
Exactly.
So for example, translating "I love you." So back when they were starting to learn English in Japan, the phrase like "I love you" was being translated like directly into Japanese. And then there is a Japanese poet who's like, this is not very Japanese, it's too direct. I recommend that you say something more like, the moon is beautiful tonight.
Right.
Because, well, one, you do it with the context of you being under the moonlight, but also the word for moon is ski. So there's ski and ski, and they sound very similar. And me with my American mouth probably is not getting the subtle differences, but it's basically like it's really like a difference of ski, like as to like something comes from the top of your mouth, and ski comes
Right.
from the bottom,
Right.
which means moon. So they sound very similar. It's just the point that I'm getting at. So it's like that. It's kind of like a play on words. It sounds like you're saying that you like them, but you're not direct about it. It's not. So I'm not saying it's like, oh, Japan clearly indicates that they really like each other. I'm just saying like more mild signals might be taken with more weight with that kind of a culture. As opposed to here, we might be like, I don't know. Doesn't really seem like they might like each other. I mean, they could just be friendly or whatnot. If anything, though, I think they probably just leave it intentionally vague so you can kind of fill in the gap yourself.
Yeah.
What's up?
There's a thing here, like what you were saying about the moon thing. So on this
Yeah.
page I just sent you the link to,
Mm.
it has like a part, a section that's like all of Rani's dialogue in the game.
Okay.
And I think that's part of what you were talking about was also why she's like, why the moon is tied to like her quest. Because like it is kind of like that implication kind of a thing. So there is like
Mm.
a warmness there and like the implication that she is like fond of the player character without being super direct about it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And then that way, like, it's reflective of the culture and stuff, and it's not, it still like fits the tone and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But it's towards the end of her dialogue. Let's see. She does get, she does actually get on like oddly pissed off at you sometimes if you like do some of the betrayal stuff of her.
Mm-hmm.
So like it implies that there it's more than just like you chose not to side with me kind of thing.
Yes.
Um Let me find service. Oh, and this is the other thing too. So she says towards the end, once you help her achieve like the first part of her goal, she says, "My thanks for thy sterling efforts. A strange gift, perhaps, but a rare sort such as thee would welcome it, I'm sure. I am certain now fate steered us to our reunion. I must thank Torrent, too, for his part. You may leave now. It was brief, but you gave me fine service." And then if you talk to her again, she's like, "What is it? You may go. I, too, need to depart on my journey upon the dark path that only I may tread." So, like, she assumes that because you were this hired hand and you did the thing for her that she needed that nobody else could do, that you were going to leave and that was going to be the last interaction you have. And then even when you follow up and find her, she's like, says, "Fine, I hadn't expected any soul to recognize me in this guise, but now the cat's out of the bag, I cannot allow thee thy freedoms. Perform for me a service as recompense." And she's just like, "Yeah, the name of Rainey the Witch is already sullied by thee. I will not brook disobedience in this matter." Like, Like, fine, you really want to be nice to me? Like, fuck you, prove it, you know? Um, oh, Empyrean, right. So, herself, Mikola, and Melania. Oh, so it was three, not four Empyreans. So, yeah, it was literally only the three. So, like, Melania succumbed to the rot. Um, she, like, did her own shit. And then Mikola, like, we're fighting Mikola right now. Like, this is, you know, option B, basically. But yeah, Rani is one of the only three demigods that can even achieve godhood. Um,
Mhm.
the vassal for an Imperium, acquiesce, two fingers, stole the rune of death. She gives you some story time stuff. Uh, like she opens up a bit more than most characters do about like letting the player know what's going on in the world. Uh, oh, and then she talks about loyalty. So she says, even when I turned my back upon the two fingers, Blythe remained my loyal ally. That's her shadow, the thing that was like created to be her servant. And then she has like a little chuckle. She says, though he was created a vassal for an Empyrean, he was a colossal failure on a part of the two fingers. Blythe and E.G. both are willing to give too much to me. Yet they both understand what lieth beyond the dark path, that I must betray everything and rid the world of what came before. Should I add thee to the list? Another one kind of hard as they. And she's like, this form hath loosened my tongue. I've let slip too much. Forget what thou'st heard. Forget. She like finds herself like softening up, and she's like, oh wait, I'm not supposed to like people.
Mhm.
Um,
I mean, isn't she like a doll or a puppet thing?
well, she doesn't have a body. She has her
Yeah.
soul, but she needs like a vessel to inhabit. So like, because when you're close to her, you can see like she has like a ghost face like next to her doll form. So that's like her inhabiting that doll.
Yes.
But heal from killing me, thanks. Um, she does say tell Blythe and E.G. that I love them, assuming that you'll never see her again. Once again. Um, but when you do make the contract with her and become her consort, she says, so it was thee who would become my lord. Perhaps I needn't have warned thee. I am pleased, however, thou art a fitting choice. I go now to the night sky. It is there I shall find mine order. I bid thee travel the path of the Lord, and once all is done, we shall see each other once more. Oh, I guess if you attack her after giving her the ring, she has a line of dialogue I've never heard before, because what kind of dick would do that? She says, what hopest thou to profit? So this is the measure of my lord. Perhaps it is precisely what I deserve for surrendering myself to delusion. And that's sad. She like chastises herself for like hoping to be happy, kind of a thing.
That is sad.
Yeah.
Also, you are a jerk if you do.
Yeah, seriously. It's like, here's the ring that makes me your consort, and then you attack her. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, you know, people have done that, though.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there's just some people who like to experiment,
Mm-hmm.
which is fine. I don't know. I've just never been inspired to really do that.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I had a friend that would just like shoot all the cows in like a village or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just to test out their new weapon, video game, of course.
Yeah,
It's like,
of course.
pretty weird and messed up, man. But it's like, I mean, it's just lines of code and whatnot.
Yeah, they're not real cows.
Yes.
Over the moon.
Follow your nose. But yeah, to me, it just sounds like exactly what you're saying. You're an important person to her. It's kind of like how people were like, oh, Zelda and Link totally in a relationship. Or like how people were like, Peach and Mario totally in a relationship. Nintendo just confirmed that they're not.
Yeah,
They
but
didn't confirm that about Link and Zelda.
No, they did.
Link and Zelda too?
No, they did the opposite for Link and Zelda. They confirmed that they are, like, basically romantically involved.
Okay.
Which I thought was weird that they went the other way with, like, Mario and Peach. It's like, what the fuck?
I don't know.
Like, that's
And
the
you
deal.
know what?
Mario saves the day, and then he gets cake and a kiss on the nose.
Yes. Yes, exactly. I mean, look, I don't think it's actually that much of a surprise either, because of, like, Mario Odyssey, how does that end? The, like, Bowser's trying to marry Peach, and then Mario's like, no, she's gonna marry me. What does Peach do? She's like, you guys both suck. I was like,
Did she say that?
yeah, she gets upset at the both of them. She's like, you're being dumb. She doesn't actually say anything, but she gets upset with the both of them.
Yeah.
So, whereas, like, in Tears of the Kingdom, there's, like, clear signs that, like, Link and Zelda were, like, living together, like, in the same bed and whatnot, and so forth. But, like, I don't know. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter.
No.
I get people, like, being concerned with the canon, and they want, like, the story to actually play out, like, the way that they wanted to play out, but you can make a story anything you want. I mean, it's the whole headcanon thing. It doesn't freaking matter what happens on the screen. So, and then they get all upset. It's like, stupid, it's not. Like, whatever.
No, I think especially in games, like, it's better to leave it up to interpretation.
Yeah. I mean, if you want Peach and Mario to be Banin, whatever. It doesn't honestly matter what Nintendo says about the whole thing.
Exactly.
And if you don't want them, then whatever.
It's like, if you bought the game, you can create your own headcanon.
Yeah, I think that's the thing about Obsidian being against romances in games. Is like, I could see the point more if it's forced, but if it's optional, then it's just optional.
Yeah.
Particularly, like, BioWare has done this thing where it's like, clearly this is the option that leads to romance. If you don't want that, you don't have to do it. I guess the counter argument is like, well, that kind of takes away from my fun, because now here's like a big flag on this dialogue saying this is romance, so it's like takes away a bit of the mystique or whatnot. But
Sure.
I don't know. I feel at the end of the day, it's just better to have that so it's clear to people and you understand. It's like, this is just for the romance or whatnot.
That it's good to clarify if it's optional, kind of a thing. Or that it's
more that it's good to clarify so the player can make an informed decision. It's like, okay, if I want romance, this is like a pathway to it. Or the pathway to it. And if I don't, then, you know, that's a pathway that I avoid. I guess to me, I see it as it's like giving feedback to the player so then they can make their own whatever.
Right.
And I mean, another thing that I like that the BioWare games, the new ones they're doing for romance is It's no longer like gender locked or whatever.
Yeah, I hate that.
I get like, okay, from like a realistic point of view, okay, yes. And it also like develops that character more. But this is, at the end of the day, it's the fantasy that we're playing out.
Yeah.
Just like let characters be in the relationships that they want to be with the characters they want to be.
Yeah.
I felt that like an Inquisition, the character that was like the lesbian option, I just wasn't a huge fan of that character. No, granted,
Right.
like maybe there's some chicks out there that dig her. It just kind of feels bad because like that's the only one. There is like the bi option, but you know, it's like your two things. It's like just whatever, make it open for everybody.
Right. I thought the most annoying one that I encountered that was like that was Judy in Cyberpunk 2077. Because I really like her character. And like, I don't know if I knew this when I started my character when I first played it, but she was a lesbian. I was like, cool, I was going to make a female character anyway. But I wanted my character to be kind of like, because you can like preview the voice samples like when you're creating your character.
Yes.
And I found out if you make a female character but make it like a masculine voice, it sounds very similar to like Dr. Girlfriend from Venture Brothers.
Yes. Oh, that's great.
Like it sounds a lot like her. And I was like, oh, this is perfect. It was like, I have my roleplay locked in. This is fucking Dr. Girlfriend in the future getting cybernetics. Awesome. I love it. And like, you know, I had the lady parts and stuff like that, but when it came time to romance Judy, she wasn't interested. And I was like, what the fuck? And then I looked it up, and I was like, yeah, if you choose the masculine voice option, she won't be into you because she sees you as a guy.
Is the reverse true if you like had male part?
Actually, I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah, because how I see it, not that I necessarily agree. Because can't you choose pronouns? No, I don't remember.
I don't think
you choose your pronouns. So it's probably just like, oh, this is you kind of choosing your pronouns by picking your voice.
Yeah.
It's like, what? So I'm not into you because you are identifying as a guy. It's like, no, I'm just a girl with a deep voice.
Yeah, exactly.
You sexist.
That was it.
And then you slap her.
Yeah. And like it made sense too in Cyberpunk because like the character's like constantly smoking, and like they talk about that in Venture Brothers when like they're like, yeah, Dr. Girlfriend has that voice because she's smoking like 2 packs a day, you know?
That is funny. It makes sense.
Yeah, it made sense, and it like fit with the character and like how the character would actually respond to different things. So like, yeah, Dr. Girlfriend gets pissed off as fuck, and you do not like. It just fit, you know. So I was like kind of upset when like I found out that like I think if you pick a female character with a masculine voice, I think there's only one romance option. And like I didn't like any of the other characters. I was like, these guys are all kind of garbage. Like Judy's the only one worth a damn.
I'm gonna look it up right now.
I think it was Carrie. Carrie Uridine. Carrie sucks. River is one of those two. They both suck.
Yeah, I haven't gotten far enough in the game to meet any of them.
Oh shit, I'm dead. Wait, maybe not. Fuck.
Yeah.
Sorry, what are you looking up?
If you can romance Judy as a female voiced, male bodied. Judy's only romanceable if you have a female voice and body.
It's a shame.
Yep. I love the piano. That is a random comment, but I say it because I got piano music playing in the background, so it's less random.
Like, piano's pretty nice.
Yep. It's like one of my favorite instruments.
Haha, sucker. That's when you stagger, and that's when I poke you in the chest.
Suck an elf.
Hmm?
I said suck an elf. That's a reference to the 10th Kingdom. So it's one of the things that the trolls say in that game. Not game, sorry, movie. Not miniseries, but I guess movie works.
Sure.
Kind of like their slur.
Sucking
Next,
elf.
you need...
It's funny.
Yeah. You need to do a no-def level 1 run. Elden Ring.
Fuck that.
Yeah. Have you done a no-def run of Elden Ring?
No. Wait, yes.
Okay.
Not
Yeah,
level
it was
1,
like-
but yes, I have.
You're not
beat
a
the
level
game
one. Yeah,
without
just
dying.
no def. Yeah. Neat. That's pretty cool. Did you do the DLC with that, or was that not out?
The DLC wasn't out at the time, to be fair, but no, I don't plan on doing that at any point.
I have faith in you. You probably could do it if you were a leveled person.
Yeah, probably. And if I got lucky. I did it for Dark Souls 2. Beat that game without
Hey.
dying.
Yeah, you kind of changed my view on Miyazaki and just these games in general. Because to me, it always felt like it took and it kept demanding of you and didn't really give. I mean, it kind of does when you do the thing, but not as much as it takes. It's always how I felt about it. It's like he's kind of a troll. But then you're talking about how he literally puts in like easy mode stuff in his game because he's like, I'm not the best gamer,
Yeah.
but I want something. It's like, oh, well. I mean, these games are great. They're really not for casual players.
Mm.
They're just not appealing to casuals.
Yeah, I mean, they're not interested. FromSoft is not interested in putting like easy modes into their game.
Yes. But then you say that they have not easy modes, but easy mode stuff, equipment, items.
Yeah,
to
there
make it
are
easy.
a lot of things that'll make your life a lot easier for it, for sure.
Yes. But it's not a traditional easy mode. It's one of the things that I didn't like. It's like, well, there's no easy, but there's hard modes. Like Sekiro, you can ring the bell and make the game harder before like New Game Plus. It's like, well, that's freaking bullshit, and that's dumb. Just don't have any of it. To me, it feels kind of like a slap to the face. You don't need to have an easy mode. I personally am more for games being accessible to a wider audience, but I also understand part of that is the art to a game. Part of it is just the difficulty is part of the design of this. Like, the whole point here is that Radon is an actual obstacle to you as a person, not to you as a video game character, but to you as a person that you have to overcome. You don't get that from if it was easy.
Yeah.
So. You're doing a good job. You're much farther in the game than I would have gotten.
Well, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you say, but I don't know. I don't have the patience for
It's fair.
or the, yeah. I think that's also just part of it. Not that I hate difficulty. I dislike it most of the time. I'm a very avid, like, normal gamer. I like normal mode.
Yeah.
But sometimes it can be fun. Like, I enjoyed Hero Quest, and I almost died my first session, but that just was kind of like the brutal dungeon crawlers of my youth. Though those also used to frustrate me. They're just kind of bullshit. Speaking of things that were bullshit, like those old school first-person dungeon crawlers,
Yeah.
where you die just because you turned left instead of right.
Yeah, and there's no indication that you were supposed to go one way or the other. It's just an arbitrary choice, and so you reload the save from before you turned left and then go the other way.
Yep. Exactly.
Yep. Games really were designed like that.
100%. Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. It's
Lord Brother.
I mean, in Sekiro, like with the bell thing, like ringing the bell also puts an item into your inventory that you can just use to get rid of the effects if you want to. And like while the bell is active, like enemies do drop more items and stuff.
Tarnished one.
I mean, fair. Those kind of like some hard modes in other games. So, more
Right.
risk, more reward. But
And
while that can be beneficial to you in Sekiro, there's a sort of cap to how useful that stuff is, because you can't really grind
right.
for stuff.
And my promised consort, Radar.
But I mean, that said, it can completely change a combat having the right skill. Like the Lady Butterfly fight, is so asinine, that final phase where like all of her attacks are followed up by the butterfly, so she has like no openings, and I thought that was just kind of bullshit. But there's a particular skill where you just like jump forward and you do a down slash, which you can use to easily cheese that fight. And I didn't give a shit. I used it. I was like, fuck her.
Jump
Because,
forward.
like, it's just bullshit. I mean, you probably do have an opening, but it's just so small, and you, like, take chip damage, and it's like, I'm done with this nonsense. That move, holy shit.
Yeah, I just didn't do the thing. I was just trying to remember what skill you're talking about with the thing, the jump forward and slash thing.
I don't remember what it was called. It's been years.
Oh, maybe Nightjar Slash. That is a jump thing.
Maybe it is.
Maybe. But yeah, I mean that's one way to do it. Like there's a couple different methods on how to beat her pretty easily, but it's
Yeah, I mean that's just the one that I did.
yeah.
And it worked. And it was good. But I just didn't think it was a very fun designed fight.
Yeah.
It just felt kind of annoying. And that's just how I feel about a lot of this stuff. It's like, see, yeah. Like you're saying right now, this run's kind of annoying the crap out of you.
Yeah.
It's sort of just how I felt in general with this game. Which is interesting, because it has stuff. It's just like a retro game, but made in the modern age. I like those. But, you know, also being honest, they also frustrate me to no end.
Yeah.
But I feel like they had a lot of bullshit mechanics, because they did, like freaking Castlevania 2, where you had to crouch in
fuck
one
that game.
corner of the map. Yes.
Aside from that one very obscure thing, it's also just not a very good game in my opinion.
I mean, that's fair. I enjoyed it in the context of if you have a freaking walkthrough, it's not as asinine, but without that, it's like, what the hell?
Yeah. It's kind of worse than Castlevania 1 and 3 though.
Oh, I like those a lot more.
Yeah.
Special Castlevania 3 is my jam. But
Mhm.
there's still stuff. Castlevania 1! I walk in, there's a part near the end of the game where you walk up a set of stairs. So I walk up them, and I'm standing on a wall, and then it spawns one of the flea guys, like at the very bottom. So it's like, there's no way they can get me. So it's hopping. It hops into the wall. It bounces up through the wall, hits me from underneath at the top of the wall, and I fall and I die because I fall into a pit. I'm like, what?
In 3?
In 1.
Oh, in the first game. Yeah, there are
Yeah.
some. First game is kind of glitchy.
Yes. I mean, the third game also has some glitches, but I mean, it's just kind of the day and age.
Yeah, it's an NES game. Like, yeah, there are glitches.
Yes. It's just it's such a metal finger.
Yeah.
So it was very tough enough to get up that wall. It took me a few tries, and here I am, and like, oh, I'm probably safe. And it's like, nope, no, you're not. God damn it.
Yeah, it's just Konami. I feel like a lot of their game design used to just be like, hey, fuck you, player. Ha ha ha. I bet you didn't expect this.
Yes. No, no, was Ninja Gaiden Konami?
No. Whoops. Contra Hardcore though is though. That game can suck a dick. Yeah, I still don't know what to do about that fucking slam attack. That's...
The only thing I can think of is you have to make a lot of space, but I don't think you can. I'm pretty sure you probably have already tried that too.
I mean, he warps to you in the last part of the slam, so like you can't get away from him enough. And I've tried like dodging into it on the second part of the slam, and that doesn't work. It's like there's a residual thing that hits you even if you're right next to him. So like literally, I don't know what to do about that.
Just gotta probably be some dodge timing. I wonder if you could block it, but I don't think they would design it to have to be blocked. There's too many people
it's got multiple ticks of damage too, so like even if you hit dodge the first hitbox, there's still like another part to it.
Maybe you just have to like get to a point that when you dodge out of the circle, which I know is easier said than done because he warps to you and whatnot. Right. But it's probably just you have to move away so that when you dodge, you're dodging out of the circle.
Yeah, move away to Kansas, where he can't find you.
I mean, that would work. Trying to be helpful.
Like, you know what, you and Mikola just do your own thing. I'm gonna go to Arkansas and
but I mean, the other thing is, they designed this game around dodges. Yeah. Because he doesn't want people to feel safe and to use blocks and whatnot.
I mean, you can, and
blocking is definitely a thing. It's just kind of like something that's balanced. So it's not just, you can block everything. You can just have a blocking build.
Yeah. The first couple, like Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1 are like that, where you can block pretty much everything in the game, but...
Yes.
Dark Souls 2 and beyond, like, they made that so it wasn't viable anymore. You can still block, you just can't block everything.
Yes. It's more like it augments the build. Right. So like if you have a blocking build, it just allows you to block X amount of stuff, but you still need to dodge.
Right. And there is like one of the cheese methods for this guy does involve a shield, but I don't think you can pull it off at level 1.
Probably not. But one can even like use a decent shield and a weapon. Because when you're running around with like your shields, you're two-handing them.
Right. Because I had to augment my stats to even use the shield effectively.
Yes.
That was a great shield, which are usually the best for blocking, and like is part of the cheese method is a great shield. Mother.
Yeah.
Fuck,
I
wow.
mean, this is a hardcore guy, so imagine if it...
Did you see that?
Did I see a what? I'm not sure. What, like
In the
him
fight?
swinging at you and then you like cutscenes?
Yeah, he was about to hit me with like the gravity shit, and I happened to hit him like into the phase 2 thing before the attack connected.
I did see that. That was pretty... D'Angelo, that was kind of cheesy
What?
of you, to be honest.
He still hit me even though I hit him before the fucking attack went through. So I just like wake up from the cutscene and I'm dead. That is some bullshit.
That was cheesy, but it was cheesy on his end.
Yeah, no, that is bullshit. That should count as me stopping the attack before it goes through. Like, what, does that imply stuff is happening in between the cutscene and stuff? Is like, I mean, yeah, stuff is happening, the stuff that's happening on screen, but like, no, I interrupt his thing. It shouldn't have still connected. That's garbage. That's horseshit. The game lets you interrupt attacks like all the time. Like, that's been a thing for like ever in FromSoft games. To me, that should have counted as like, no, you interrupted this. You did a risky thing, risk-reward balance, you know.
I think probably, but it might have just been a case that it technically had like hit you or whatnot. When the cutscene. I don't know. I also think that's just a kind of hard thing to code for. You're like, well, you technically phased and put a cutscene
Right.
with that hit.
Right. If we're talking technically, like,
Yeah.
I can make a guess that's going to be like 95% accurate. That I'm pretty sure I know what it is because he has like semi-active hitboxes on his swords. So like
Yes.
a lot of the times, even if you dodge a sword, you have to like watch out for like any just being anywhere close to his swords. Like, I've been hit by shit where the swords actually didn't touch me because the hitbox is larger than the sword itself. So like, even the visual cue isn't 100% like helpful or accurate. So like, during the loading assets between the first phase and the second phase, because of that semi-active hitbox on his fucking sword, the fact that it was close enough to my character means that the attack still connected even though it didn't connect.
Yes.
Like, I'm 95% sure that's exactly why, but it's bullshit. Like, his
Feels bad,
swords
mate.
should actually be swords, not lightsabers.
Why?
Because there's swords. I mean, if he has the magic on him, sure, and I guess he did for that attack or whatever. But I stopped him before he hit me, is my point. And it should function as such.
Ice.
I'm saying his mechanics are bullshit, and I don't appreciate it.
I mean, yes. I mean, this is a very cool looking fight.
Pretty cool. It'd be even cooler looking if the camera like pulled back a little bit so I could see what was going on.
Nah, I think that would make it less cool. My opinion.
Nobody, what's going on, everybody?
Being able to look at your butt is what makes this fight worth it.
Yeah, you need a close up
see.
on the grundle so you know what grundle like did you in.
Yeah, I say that, but we can't even see your butt because you got a cape.
Power comes from the loins.
That's what I keep telling my girlfriend. She's like, nah. And now she's my ex.
Aw. So
It's
sweet.
okay. She didn't understand me
No,
So
if she did, she'd be like, man, I love this person.
exactly, she was a nerd.
Yeah. It's like
but not even a nerd.
Whoop, whoop.
My hair's attacking my eyeballs and I don't appreciate it.
It's not cool.
Yeah, I hate. It's one of my least favorite things. Those veins that just get into your eyes, like you can't see. I could never be an emo kid.
I mean, maybe you could, because they're constantly like brushing the hairs like out of their face, you know?
Yeah, but they have that haircut. You're not my real mom.
Oh no, my bird is down. Actually, I want my bird to be down.
Why?
No,
I
no.
love your bird.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. Fuck. Alright. Oh, yeah, just walk slowly towards me, please. Oh, fuck. Nope, perfect. Great. Yep.
I mean, if your bird could... Ooh.
Was going perfectly.
I mean, that's the thing. You have zero margin for error in this run.
I can't believe it's not butter.
Oh, I don't know.
It doesn't. It's not quite like butter.
It's not butter. I can't believe it's not butter. Honestly, it's Elden Ring. It's not butter at all. It's not even close. I could have put this on toast. What are you talking about?
Oh, you just reminded me. This is how you remind me. I have English muffins in the freezer.
Can I have one bite?
I would love to.
Awesome.
No, I also have like way too much butter. So like, I'm gonna toast that shit up and like spread some butter on it, sprinkle some garlic powder on it. Like, fuck yeah, bro.
Then it's gonna be garlic muffins.
Yeah. Oh, actually, they might be cinnamon raisin, so I might skip the garlic.
Why?
Yeah, I don't know.
Put a little bit of salt on it, dude. It's a flavor enhancer.
No, that's MSG, which is kind of salt. Yes,
MSG
literally
is
stands
also
for
flavor
sodium.
Yep. Look. Salt is a flavor enhancer.
Yeah.
For sure. For real. Ranged weapons don't normally use ammunition.
Yeah, what?
Ranged weapons don't normally use
No, I heard you. I
ammunition.
just, in what context?
That's just a science fact.
Oh, okay.
And Joe, ranged weapons don't normally. It's Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous. Apparently, they just don't track ammo.
Cool.
Which they don't. And it's fine. Oh.
Like, I'm almost willing to switch like to a different setup to fight this guy, but I'm kind of loving wearing this guy's mom's hat and coming in with the frost sorceries of Ranian for revenge. The headcanon is just too strong now, man.
I mean, it sounds fun, but...
Plus, like, it's objectively very effective. I just need to, like, only attack when I have an opening. Nice. You got my bird. Good job, Radon.
Good job, redone.
More like redundant.
More like redonkulous. It's the vicious V. Hello.
Oh, shiz. What's up? The bee.
The vicious V
Fucking
is biting
damn it,
the
why did I
nails.
do that? That was dumb. That was dumb. I got distracted. My bad. Appreciate you stopping in, man. Yeah, I get one.
Yes. Ugh. I mean, having dragon powers was kind of cool in this game.
Yeah, dragon powers are pretty great. And there's like
Thanks.
dragon lightning shit that's really fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, I'm on the side of the dragons. Like, freaking humanoid, like, the people are the problem in this game's story, honestly. Like, the land used to be ran by the dragons. And, like, America and Godfrey basically, like, just stole control of it.
Yes.
And
The
then
land used to be ran. I'm under attack by ghouls.
Shockwave bullshit. But anyway, since you can't side with the dragons in the game, that's not an option. You know, siding with the only faction that's, like, okay with the dragons and treats them with respect, and that would be the Carrion royal family.
Oh, you can do that?
Yeah, with Ranni.
Oh, okay.
Because Ranni has her own ending.
Yes, I am familiar with that ending.
Yeah. Coffee time. Nah. Maybe? Actually, maybe. You might be onto something.
Of course I'm onto something. I'm always onto something. I'm freaking awesome. Wait, what am I onto?
Something.
Cool.
Just gonna... Okay. Uh-oh. Oh, that's a wall. Did the spear at the wrong time. Wrong time. It was the right time. It was the wrong place. Something, I don't know. It's a song.
How do I channel positive energy to kill the bad peoples?
It comes from the loins. You gotta move and groove, man.
Oh my god. That is super effective.
Yeah, I told you. The loins.
Oh, not even that.
Is he attacking my bird? He is attacking my bird.
Probably.
Yo, you fucking with my bird, B?
Holy shit, they're fucking me up. Something massive. I died. Holy shit.
There he goes.
My AC wasn't that bad either, I think.
Yo.
Guess my AC set 11. That makes sense, probably because I'm dying.
Oh, that was a whiff. Shit.
Well, finally I did good damage.
Ooh, yeah. Whoa. Ah, fuck. Nope, it's fine. Nope. Fuck. Hey, Toasty.
What's up?
You're amazing.
You're cool too. Tell the okay, I have an AC of 23. How did they beat the snot out of me so bad?
Hmm.
I'm playing Pathfinder.
Cool.
Wrath of the Righteous.
What happened to Pillars of Eternity?
I switched games.
But why?
Because I do that a lot.
Oh, but why?
In this one, I get to be a shapeshifter.
A sheep shifter? Why would you shift sheep?
Why wouldn't you?
What? And I said shift sheep, like, ah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know, I heard.
Oh, okay.
Why wouldn't you?
I don't know. Yep. There we go. Oh, my bird is a lot healthier than I thought he'd be at this point. Fuck. Okay, we're fine. Fuck, no we're not.
It's fireball time.
Fireball
Fuck you bitches. They saved!
Things.
What the fuck is up with these things? They're so, like, tough.
Hmm.
Please, for the love of all that's holy, kill a thing. Thank you. I also just rolled garbage last fight.
Also what?
I rolled garbage last fight.
Oh, like you're... like a dice roll?
Yeah, it's Pathfinder.
Gotcha.
You roll dice to map.
Whoa.
Got him.
What the fuck? Okay. Oh. Whoops. No. Okay, that worked out. Yup. Ah, fuck. Alright, still alive somehow. Cool. Fucker. Damn it. Son of a bitch.
Valor, no! Valor's the name of my horse.
Shit. Cool.
You're doing good.
Go. Okay, it's just gonna. Alright. There we go. Oh, fucker. Ah, okay, right. He follows up quickly. Right. Okay. Oh. No. And swim. Okay. Smack. And drink. And do that. And swim. Yep. And that. And do that. It's going for bird. Yep. Bam. Oh, what? Phase 2. Got one more. Shit. Way too far away, right? Take that hit. That's fine. Floaty shit? Nope. Okay.
It's 1 in the morning. I probably should go to bed.
Yeah.
I have work tomorrow.
Oh, then yeah, definitely, dude. What are you still doing? Come on.
What am I still doing awake? talking to you.
Well, I appreciate
You're my
that, but I
friend.
also want you to get good sleep, man.
I don't want good sleep. Good sleep is for nerds.
Maybe, but you are a nerd.
No such thing. How dare
You're a self-professed nerd. Come on, man.
you? I've never called myself a nerd.
Well,
My wife.
you're up late playing Pathfinder, talking on Discord. Like,
Yeah.
come on, nerd.
How dare you?
How dare you not
No
own it,
nerd.
man? Come on.
I am owning it. I'm taking accountability. That I'm not a nerd. I'm a jock. Only jocks play Pathfinder.
Jock that plays
Nerds play
D&D.
D&D. Yeah, nerds play D&D. Jocks play Pathfinder.
Do they?
Yes.
I wouldn't know I'm a nerd. Ah, fuck. Why?
Yes.
Alright, whatever.
We got gargoyles.
I mean, it's up to you, Toasty. I'm not telling you to go to bed. I'm not your mom.
I'm going to bed. It's too late.
Okay. Well, I hope you sleep well, man. And thanks for joining me. I appreciate it. It was nice chatting and shit.
Yeah, man. Always. Have a good one.
Yep. You too. Man.
Bye.
See ya. Alright guys, and that was Taos Dragon, aka Toasties. Link is there in the title of the stream. I will drop it in chat as well. Be sure to check that out when you get a minute, and if you're not subscribed, maybe do that, because he's trying to get to 1,000 subs. Whoops. And he's almost there. He's getting closer. Whoop. And phase 2. Alright, I'm gonna turn this back up.
Lord brother. At long last you are returned. Tarnished one. Aspiring lord of the old order. If you have known sin, if you grieve for this world, then yield the path forward to us. To I, Nicola, and my promised consort, Radahn. 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion. Lord Brother. At long last you are returned. Tarnished one. Aspiring Lord of the Old Order. If you have known sin, if you grieve for this world, then yield the path forward to us. To I. Lord Brother. At long last you are returned. Tarnished one. Aspiring Lord of the Old Order. If you have known sin, if you grieve for this world, then yield the path forward to us. promise you a 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion. brother. At long last you are returned. Tarnished one. guided by compassion. promise you a 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion. Lord brother. At long last you are returned. Tarnished one. Aspiring lord of the old order. If you have known sin, if you grieve for this world, then yield the path forward to us. To I, Nicola, and my promised consort, Radahn. Lord Brother. At long last you are returned. Lord Brother.